Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good afternoon and welcome back to the channel. I am trying some new streaming things today, mainly a new service to do multi-streaming. So hopefully everything is working correctly. I do know that YouTube is telling me I have an excellent connection, which is excellent. And I hope that the service I'm using is telling me, yes, seemingly is telling me that I am live, and it's even giving me a running cost of what is going to cost to stream. Excellent. Yes, this is a service that charges $6.99 per month plus bandwidth to do multi-streaming. And at the moment, they're telling me it'll cost me a whopping 47 cents per hour to stream to two services at the current bitrate settings that I have. So I guess that's good. Without further ado, let's get to the project at hand. I'm going to have to go find what I did with my new solder tips. Oops. That's not right. And of course, technical difficulties, but oh, interesting. There we go. Had nothing to do with the streaming service. I did some work to try to see if I could resolve a blue screen issue I have on this PC. And apparently my Blackmagic Intensity drivers decided to reinstall at the same time for some reason. But hi, Thomas. Yes, I figured you might be lurking in the background and drinking coffee. I just don't know what gave me that idea. So I have the video card on the workbench that Thomas was kind enough to send to me. And I've got the Trident chip that I sourced from UT Source. And I wanted to get a slightly finer tip for SMD soldering. There we go. All right. And let me just do a quick check. Yep. OBS did not forget my settings for the interlacing that input, so we are good. Otherwise, it will drive everyone nuts. All right, so let me just putting in the new tip. Does not feel like it went in. All right, let's try. Oh, there we go. All right, so I have the new SMD tip in. Hi, DJ Craze, welcome. I am just about to get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is attempt to solder the SMD chip, because If I mess it up, then, well, probably won't be much use of soldering anything else. So let me get my little miniature microscope set up. So that I can see the pins a little better. All right. And, oh, also the way I have the camera set up, it is going to be slightly weird because I actually have it, the camera is sideways. All right, but I do know that that is pin 1 that we're looking at, and that should be pin 1 there because it has the dot in the corner. I do know when soldering surface mount components like this, it does always help to get pin 1 aligned correctly. Now I'm going to attempt to line the chip up. Actually is all right, so that actually looks not completely bad. That actually looks downright. Give it the slightest bump. Looks like all right, visually it looks like all the pins are aligned. So I'm probably going to tack one pin on and then check the other side of the chip and tack a pin. And my soldering iron is giving me an error. Let me see here. Is that the SE? It doesn't like something. Huh. All right. Doesn't like this new tip. Let me find the silicon thing that came with this tip. Or came with the iron. Let's see. There it is. All right, let me switch camera. Let me just switch camera views so you can enjoy the. So basically, soldering iron is acting like it doesn't like the tip. which is weird because this is a genuine Hacko tip. But I haven't. Yeah, it won't. All right. There we go. Got it in. All right, so let's see if I can't tack this one pin on. Let me put just a dab of solder flux down. A little bit of solder on my tip. And see if I can't. And I'm not sure if I actually managed to do anything or not. All right, well, let me try this again. Nope. All right, let me, maybe it's a brand new tip. Let me try tinning the tip. All right, so well, I think I might have tacked it. Let me go to the other side of the card now on the other corner. No, actually, I don't think I tacked the chip because the chip moved. All right, well, maybe I will have better luck with this side. Ah, the alignment's not half bad. All right, let me just see if I can't get the pins in this corner. So basically, I'm going to tack one pin on this corner, go back to the original corner I tried to tack, try to tack that, and then I will there we go. Okay. All right, please wait while I try to figure out where, there we go, where I am on the card. Hi, Garth. Drop from a glue gun or clamp. Well, Thomas, I'd first have to get the chip lined up. And then I have a clamp, but I really don't think it's the right type of clamp. I might have to give it a try. I might also just pull out the blue tack and try that. All right. Let's see if I can. All right, I put some blue tack down, although I didn't quite. There we go. That looks. Well, okay, so I'll have to fix the solder blob, but try putting the iron up higher on the chip. Yeah, I know it's too much solder. Way too much solder. There we go. That looks suspiciously like I might not have any solder there now. All right, well, let me... Oh, yeah, because I think the chip moved. Oh, no, I do have solder. Okay. All right, so I think I got... All right, so... All right, let's try... Okay, I think that pin is soldered, so let me now tack this last corner. Somewhere on. And all right, so I think I got a couple legs tacked down, so let me check the alignment of the chip. I do apologize for weird, random, seemingly random direction changes because the microscope's orientation is off compared to the board orientation. I think I got some solder there on the board where I didn't quite want to get solder. Let me try to... Oh, that might actually be the trace. Okay, I think that's fine. All right. All right, so it looks like the chip is aligned. It's at least aligned better than some of the chips were on my 2CI. All right. Actually, for this, and now I'm just basically going to walk down the line. Hey, Joe, welcome. I'll address the chat here in a moment. I want to give my fingers a rest. Probably check the temperature of my soldering iron. I don't know why, but I really feel the heat coming off the tip. Yet I think I've got it set to 750, which is what I normally use. Although maybe I could. Uh-oh. Joe, are you trying to tell me that there's no audio? Please tell me I have audio. Because I know YouTube is for some reason telling me that the audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Oh, I was just being quiet. Okay, good. Hi, Trina. Welcome. I think I got, yep. Yeah, yes, I was focusing on trying to line up my soldering iron with the pins. Although, oh, okay, YouTube stopped complaining about the audio bitrate. Sometimes I think they complain about your stream even with nothing's wrong. Oh, come on. No, I know you want to solder that pin, not fall off the edge. Oh. All right, let me just try that one. Yes, these are very fun parts. All 160 pins. All right, so I'm gonna have to change my angle of attack up a little because there's sockets pre-installed on this side of the board. I may have to pull the memory chips out of the sockets to all right. Nope, that. Whoop. All right, got the board caught on the solder wick. All right, let's try that again. Looks like my chip is. Oh, that's the wrong. There we go. All right, so let's try that again. Put some more solder on the soldering iron. So maybe it would be easier if I started from this corner and went back. Hold on. There we go. No, it's not fixed yet, Garth. I'm just on the second row of pins. A little more solder on that pin than I really wanted to. There. Go. Oh, that doesn't look right. Because I don't think that is right. Oh, actually, I think I... Oh no, that doesn't look right at all. Okay, let me... Where's my... Oh, looks like I bent something here. What did I do? Use the scale. Oh, there we go. All right, let me see if I can't fix that. Scalpel. I gotta turn that a different way so I can All right, so just going to try to very carefully bend that pin back. The wick bent the pin. Oh. Well. Maybe the wick did bend the pin. I kind of thought I might have slipped with the soldering iron too. I think one of these pads, okay. Okay, I think that, yeah. Okay. Well, I think I got them unbent enough that they will not make contact where they shouldn't. All right, so let me see if I can't. That one I think I soldered. This one I soldered, and it's the pad is all right. Well, yeah, I know everyone suggests bevel tips, but how in the world can you solder one pin at a time with a bevel tip? I'll switch to a bevel tip because this tip is awful. Hi, Adam. Load the iron with solder. Touch the pointy side. Yeah. I don't know what I've got. It's whatever bevel tip I have. Oh, maybe I did just solder row that way. Huh. All right. All right, we'll add some more solder. Here. It's 120. Oops, wrong corner of the chip. All right, so I guess one more row, and I'll have to check and see if I'll have to check my work. Right. And maybe I should touch up this first row I did, because it's probably could look better with a little bit of touch up, more flux. And about all right. I think that is the surface mount soldering. I do want to check especially check here where I had a little trouble soldering. Clean the flux. So I can get a better look at the chip. All right, well, it looks decent, I guess. Chip's not coming off, so all right. So that's the Trident chip. So now, I guess I will swap to the table cam because everything else I have to solder is through hole. Oh, that's too big. All right, so Thomas tacked the components down. But I need to solder them, so let me pull these chips out of these sockets for soldering. So Thomas sent it with 2 memory chips. I bought some other memory chips so I could have a fully populated board. So let me come hit the so it's the multi-pin components that I need to solder. So let's see, those are multi-pins there. These sockets here. See, yep, those are all soldered. Yep, okay. Uh, hey Joe, I'll send you a PCB because for some weird reason I bought some PCBs, so I'll send you a PCB that'll at least get you started. Purple, yeah, yeah, it was right after JLC PCB started making purple. I decided I would order them to see how they shaped up with Osh Park purple. Which I guess if anyone's curious. So there's Osh Park. So it's not quite as dark as Osh Park's purple, but it does look pretty good. Yeah, I had JLC PCB make those VGA card PCBs, but there you go. You can see the color difference. All right, we'll see you later, Joe. Yeah, this is hopefully I'll put this in the Emerson 8000 EC. Well, if I can get the that is on a big ground plane. That's why I'm having trouble. There we go. Come on. All right. Okay, that's kind of weird. Is my iron cold? No, it's 750 degrees Fahrenheit. Although you're right, it's acting like it's cold. How about I'm going to power cycle the solder station? Make sure it didn't go to sleep on me or something. All right, it is definitely up to temperature. And it feels like it's working better now. Yeah, there we go. Solder's actually flowing now. Maybe it did go to sleep and... So anyways, hopefully this will go in the Emerson 8000 EC XT class PC. I'm hoping I won't have any compatibility issues with it. Because that's the PC I tried to use one of a different 8-bit VGA card and had trouble with it. So, all right. Anyways, always when soldering sockets, you always want to pull the ICs out like I did. Because in the off chance that you get too much solder on it and you actually solder the chip in the socket, then you just defeated the purpose of a socket in the first place. Yep, that's good to know that most PCs like this board. Probably also has the added benefit of the plenty of time for firmware revisions to fix various compatibility issues, so... Now, of course, you could put this video card in a 16-bit machine, too. It's just, well, it's an 8-bit card, so... But it totally would work in a 16-bit machine, too. Yeah, those other PCBs, I ordered them with gold. I think they're just the E and IG, because JLC PCB didn't seem to have a like hard gold. Well, I actually tried ordering them with they're choosing their gold fingers option, but I don't know that that actually worked. Possibly the Gerber files for this open source project didn't have something. I don't know if you have to like denote where the fingers are on the Gerbers or what. I'm not actually sure my one clue that I'm not sure they actually did the gold on fingers option is because the cost was the same, whether or not I checked the box. So, hi VHS, welcome. Did you receive your prize yet? Along with the SCSI card I'm loaning you. All right. You need the gold. Osh Park is good. Yeah. Yes, Osh Park is definitely good. They're also like $5 a square inch. But these boards I got from JLC PCB don't look too bad. I'll send one Joe's way. He can give us his opinion on the board quality. Of course, I'll probably put one together too, just not today. I don't have the components to build it, other than I've got a second Trident chip. No, I haven't looked into basicpcb.com. I'll have to check them out. Okay, so this is JLC PCB as well? Okay. I mean, it's not a bad board. I know, I know when you're having boards made for PCs, I think it's recommended to use gold instead of the Hazel, but oh, that reminds me, I need to, speaking of that, I need to see if I have a socket. I need to fix the XTIDE board that you sent me, Thomas. In trying to get it to work in my 386, I wore the socket out for the ROM. So I gotta see if I got a replacement socket. I did basically end up on the 386. I've got a network card that I have the XTIDE ROM in. Yeah, I think the reason they recommend the gold for PC cards is because the ISA and PCI connectors have gold connectors on them. So gold, the gold on gold is well, you're not going to have any problems with having a bimetallic junction. Although ideally for a PC card, you really would want what they call hard gold, which is where they actually will, I think they deposit the gold better. They deposit it differently. It usually gives a slightly thicker layer of gold, but the ENIG will be okay. Granted, if the card works in the computer, I'm just going to insert it once, so I don't think wear is a huge issue, because it's just going to be a insert once. All right, so let me make sure I got all the connectors. There's a few solder joints that don't look the greatest. That one's kind of... All right. I think that actually might be the card. Let me displace any solder flux that got into the sockets. So I'm going to go ahead and put the chips back in. And right, so I think I've got this card with, I think it's 512K of RAM. And trying the version 4.01e ROM on it. I guess let me I'm also going to just scrub the card edge connector just to make sure I don't get solder flux potentially down in the socket of the computer. Actually, maybe I'll just give maybe I should just give the whole board a quick scrub. I'll put it through the ultrasonic cleaner later, but let me just kind of give it a quick scrub. All right. Set it like this to let the alcohol drain off the board down towards the mat. Let me see, what to do with my paper towels? There they are. All right. And now, I think it would be probably a good time as any to take a quick break, because I need to go upstairs and grab a PC. Because that's about the only way I'm going to be able to test this computer, because I don't think I've got anything down here. Well, I've got a motherboard, but I don't have a power supply down here. So Yeah, I guess I might as well go grab a PC. So let me take a quick break and I'll be right back. All right, and I am back, and you might recognize the Emerson 8000 EC, the XT class computer that I bought that was supposedly talking, and well, I haven't been able to get it to talk yet. I also didn't like the time period correct VGA card I bought for it. So maybe this newer one will be more compatible. All right. So I'm going to jam this VGA card in. I don't know that I'm going to screw it down because that'll just make it that much more difficult. Let's see here. Plug the VGA connector in blind. It's probably the other way around. Actually, I think I'm about to walk around the workbench. And I probably had it right the first time. Actually, no. Let's see here. Let me just screw it in a little so. All right, let me see. Okay, card should be in, plugged in. The scaler is set to the correct input. Ooh. There we go. Yes, I clicked the wrong button, and then I clicked the wrong button again. All right. I'm looking for the remote control for the scaler. Oh, I think I'm going to have to turn it on. So, place your bets in the live chat. 3, 2, 1. And do I have the right? No, because let's see. PC2 is my oscilloscope. So PC1 is computer, and that is a negative. All right. No video. In fact, I don't even think it was trying to boot. Yes, I do have an 8-bit sound card for it. It's an Resound 2 OPL3. Try it with LCD. Well, that. Open, closed, greater than. Oh. Hold on. There's a jumper setting on it. Let me try the other jumper setting. Then I'll go find an LCD. I may also have to go find a better video cable. Let's see here. That is a negative. Might have to go up and get my RGB to HDMI. All right. I guess let me see. Actually, here we go. Oh. All right, I forgot. I have a monitor. It's tangled up with everything, and I've just dropped a whole bunch of stuff on the floor to pull the cable out. All right. Also happens to have the good VGA cable I was looking for. Let me go up. Let me pick up these items I dropped on the floor because I don't know what they go to. And plug this cable in from the back. Okay, it's plugged in. All right. Let's try this again. Switch to table cam. Knock more stuff on the floor. All in the effort of getting the VGA monitor. Well, that's interesting. See, no signal. It looks like I might have a black screen. We're going to need a bigger workbench, yes. I could use a bigger workbench. All right. Yeah, it looks like I've got a black screen. Because oh, now I have no signal. Did I bump something? Actually, it looks like the video signal went away. All right. Black screen. Black screen. Maybe let me try moving this jumper to the other setting for this little monitor. Let's see if it did anything. Okay, I got a signal. It looks like I got like a gray screen. .640 by 350, 70 hertz. Okay, so I have a I mean, it looks like a light blue screen. But it's the VGA. Yeah, time to check the solder joints, yeah. I mean, that was a VGA text mode signal it saw. All right, let's pull the card out. I guess there's probably one thing I should maybe do. I'm trying to think the easier way to do it, because I am going to have to go upstairs either way. Actually, let me go grab the... I'm going to go grab that other 8-bit VGA card. Even though it had compatibility issues, it will at least give text mode screens. So I just want to make sure the Emerson will actually boot, just to make sure I don't have a compounding problem. So I'm going to go grab that other VGA card, and I'll be right back. All right. I don't have the keyboard plugged in, but okay, that's a little weird. I think what we're seeing is the... All right, let's see here. And scan. Let's see here. Okay, I do not know why the scaler is cutting off the left of the screen, but I think I mainly wanted to make sure that the system booted. I didn't plug the keyboard in, so that's why it told me keyboard bad. It did boot. that ISA slot is working. That's the reason why I just decided to grab this VGA card, because it does work, but anyone that knows what the XT IDE BIOS looks like, you will note the distinct lack of colors, and that is the compatibility issue rearing its ugly head. But the ISA slot works. The computer is booting, or at least it's booting with that VGA card. It'd probably boot without a card in, but I wouldn't be able to see the video output. All right, that at least confirms that the Emerson works. Let me just set it off to the side here. Because actually, I'm not sure what I did after I got it back from Joe. I thought I powered it up, but sometimes it's good to just confirm with older computers. All right. So I've got the card here again. I guess we're going to have to check solder joints. You know, one thing I could have done is maybe pulled half the RAM. All right, so let me check. All right, visually it looks like everything is soldered. Well, some of the pins of the ROM socket don't look the greatest, so maybe I should touch that up. But maybe also what I should do is check continuity of the RAM closer to the IC needs to be in. All right. Yeah, let me see if I can remember. I don't remember which RAM you sent, which RAM's mine. I'd have to go find the RAM I bought to remember. Okay, well, I guess let me go ahead and fire up the soldering iron again, and I'm gonna hit the, actually, no, before I do that, let me do something else. Before I go doing that, let's see here. All right, I'll get the focus as soon as I get it in frame. Oh, actually, I might have. All right, it's probably about as good as it's going to get. Let me see here. Turn this on. Ohms. All right, let's see here. Second. All right. And gotta start a program here. There we go. I believe that is working. And Let me copy, paste. There we go. Now I have brought you along for the ride. Pin 1 to 10. Okay. All right, pins 1 to 10 are the video output side. All right. So I basically am going to attempt to oh, hold on. There's something I do need to do because it's going to drive you all nuts if I don't. And that is to do that. All right. All right. So it looks like that is okay. All right, so pins 1 through 10 are, those are soldered good, or at least they're making connection. So I'm going to, because there's 160 pins, and I don't think people necessarily want to watch me test them all. So I'm going to actually go to this part of the board here where I had a little trouble. And under the microscope, it looks well, it looks worse to the just me looking at it. Under the microscope, it doesn't look as bad. All right, so that. Okay. All right. So pin 70, which is the one that kind of looks nasty there, is only connected to the pad for 70. So even though it looks like that pad comes really close to pin 71, there is not a short there. Sometimes you just gotta, yeah. So I mean, it looks like I've got a connection, and it's not shorted there. So I guess the other thing I'll do is just really carefully kind of let's take a look at these pins here. Okay, I think I see a couple I'm going to check here. Oh, that could be it. Emerson might not like the 32K ROM. Okay, well there are a few pins here I want to check. And if the pins look fine, then I'll go get the 386 because it shouldn't have any trouble with the 32K ROM because I have a 16-bit VGA card in it that probably has a 32K ROM. It was this one here that I wanted to check. Well, I kind of would like to try to get rid of that little solder blob there. Let's see if I can carefully get rid of that solder blob that is not kind of off the. There we go. Okay, I think that's actually just the pad. Yeah, that's the trace that pad goes to. Okay. Okay, there's another one I wanted to check right there. It's about pin 100. I think the solder is just, I think it's just blobbed up. Yeah, I think it's just a little more solder than some of the other pads. Yeah. Okay, nothing there of concern. Let me check that one here. Actually, let me move that just a little bit up. Too close to the microscope. Actually, I think from this angle I can see that that pad is not infringing on its neighbor. Hey, Thomas, could you check on the schematics, or I'll see if I can pull them up. I think this is pin 105 and 106. Hi, Retro Techie. It's not fixed yet. They're both, it looks like pins 105 and 106 might be connected together. I don't know if that's... But that might actually be correct. Let me see. I think I got the... See, this is version 1.1. Actually, let me see if this view is... What program? Schematic. There we go. Schematic. .105 and 106 are not connected. Okay, those should not be connected. Not used, but yet it seems like they're... Well, I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think they should be connected together, so let me... 10, 9, 8, 7... See if I can't take care of some of this excess solder here. Yeah, there should be no connect pads. All right. Let's see. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Okay. So I must have had a little short there. Ooh. You know, sometimes it helps to look at things from a different angle. Is that? Of course, that might just be... Actually, that might be... No, I think that was just some solder paste. Okay. Well, I guess I may have more things to check. Oh, it's a little solder. Oh, that's right. I was gonna. Oh, actually, I was going to fix some of the. I forgot at the ROM socket. All right, pull the ROM off. Oh, I need to change cameras. Few of the ROM solder. I don't like the way that one looks. Actually, you know, maybe I'm just going to go down the line. Some of those kind of. So this kind of looked better. They kind of looked like they were not. Maybe like I soldered them while the iron was not quite hot enough, maybe? All right. Let me just double check the. That pin there. The one I had so much trouble soldering still doesn't look great. Big 10 microfarad 10. Okay. Positive. 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 Yep, they're in right. Oh, that's weird. I mean, I didn't hear anything when I put this card in, but I just noticed something. And maybe it's just, and I might have hit it with the soldering iron. Especially given which corner Actually, that does look like melt damage. Maybe I did. It's one of the ceramics. I might have touched it with the soldering iron, because that would be the corner that's... overall, where am I on the board? There. That does kind of look like I touched it with the soldering iron. Yeah, I think it's okay. I suspect that. Yeah, I probably. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Okay. So let me. I'm gonna give it one more try in the Emerson 8000 EC before I go get the 386. I'm gonna go ahead and put the ROM back in, because that is needed for the card to work. I am going to pull. Okay, I think these are the RAM that I bought. And Thomas said they have to be in the sockets closest to the VGA controller. So let me move these. Whoops. And that pin back. I don't know where Thomas bought his RAM from. I bought mine from UT Source. So I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm just going to power it up with the 2 memory chip. Yeah. I'm going to use the 2 Thomas sent me. Of course, all right, let's see here. I guess I'll give it one more try in the 8000 EC. Which is... All right. Your RAM is in-tube, new old stock. Okay. My RAM is UT Source, wherever they got it from. New old stock, old new stock. Pulled off a board and made to look pretty. All right. All right, I'm just trying to. There we go. Plug the VGA cable in. All right. And I'll put the VGA card there so that if anything goes poof, it's at least not obstructed. All right. Oh. Well, I'll switch to the scaler after I push the power button. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at that. Okay, I didn't plug the keyboard in. All right, that is annoying that the text is cut off, but it's working now. Of course, I don't see any color, so that could be keyboard is bad, bad, bad. Needs discipline. Yeah, no, it's slacking on the job over on the workbench. Well, maybe I had a short, because there were those two pins that seemingly were connected that weren't supposed to be connected at all. So, although I'm gonna put these other two RAM chips back in. I guess maybe it's good that I checked the blob that kind of looked. All right. All right, I guess I did have a launch an app. All right. Well, let me I don't want to get solder flux on my keyboard. All right. Let me plug the keyboard back in. Which I'm doing power down just because it's because I always do. All right. Let me see if I can get the scaler to see horizontal position. Oh, that's my soldering iron. Okay. Oh. Now if I do an auto adjust, will it not cut the top off? Nope, of course. It's going to continue cutting the top of the screen off. All right, well. All right. I can spell check it. Oh, that's right. Let's just check it. Actually, Thomas, the problem might not be the card itself. It could be the reason the computer didn't like the other VGA card. Ah. Okay. I'm not too worried about that. I believe there's a bug in Check It. The other VGA card I have does the same exact thing. I am going to have to go get the 386 though. Because I think this card is having the same conflict that the other card did. I think it's also going to resolutions that the scaler does not support. Let me plug in the LCD monitor so that I can see if it is actually working. All right, there's that. Table cam. Ah. Oh! The computer just rebooted. Oh, lovely. I must have bumped something. Or check it crashed. Okay, it's at a C prompt again. All right, let's see what. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to have to go get the 386 to rule out the compatibility issue. And basically, I think the problem is that you cannot disable the onboard video on this computer. I have tried. I think that's the conflict. And I think the color information is getting. I think the VGA card's not seeing it because the onboard video can't be disabled. Of course, maybe there is a problem because it looks like Check It crashed again. All right, yeah, it looks like I'm definitely going to have to go get the 386 to rule out that this VGA card and yeah, onboard video. I mean, it's really nice onboard video. It supports Plantronics Color Plus mode. Oh, oh wait, maybe it's not crashed. Maybe it's just it's showing things on the screen that. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. It's just on a character set test. I must have bumped something that first time. Those were resolutions that apparently this monitor can't show. All right, that's probably another one that's not supported. Might be another one that's not supported. Or it's that onboard video conflict that's causing a problem. Let's see, because Check It's responding to me telling it no, it doesn't look correct. Because it looks like it's then going on to the next test. So I just told it enter, which goes on to the next video mode test. And there's one that's having trouble with, so let's try no enter. Oh. Should have been more patient. Yeah, it's probably, this display probably doesn't support the CGA and EGA modes. Because this little display is a video, really is a video monitor that's designed to mount on your like video camera. So it supports VGA, but it probably anything below VGA it doesn't support. And yeah, there are some quite funky modes that Check It's doing. So that's probably why it's. I mean, Check It's still running. I'm able to give it the no, it didn't look right, and it's going on to the next mode. hopefully it will get to the VGA modes like soon. Because I think we've gone through about most of the tests here. And yeah, this computer has, oh yeah, oh, looky there. That one looks good. Yeah, I think now we're to the VGA test. Yeah, it's still switching modes. Yeah, I'll go up and get the 386 because it won't have the onboard video conflicting. You see, the thing is, this computer has a jumper on the motherboard, but I don't know what the jumper does. I have a suspicion of what it does. So yeah, it's running. And just to show you, PX3. Let's see here, audio device. So we're gonna go for PC speaker. Yeah, it's having the same problem that other video card did. Yep, it's my simple game. If you'll notice something, we're not getting video on the VGA, but the game is obviously. Oh, I don't know what. Yeah. Okay, let me go get the 386 because we need to separate the. Oh, first I was going to go to the. So there is a jumper on this computer. I was going to point it out. Because if someone could ever find the manual for the motherboard or the manual for this computer, I would love to figure it out. But there is a jumper. It's marked J7. It's actually just right here. It's a 3-position jumper. The only position that works is this one here. I guess pins, I think it's pins 2 and 3. I can't tell which is pin 1. I'm assuming pin 1's closer to the text because there's no other mark. That is the only position this jumper works with. If you put it on pins 1 and 2, the computer doesn't boot. If you pull the jumper off, the computer doesn't boot. The only working jumper position is that one right there. And I thought that might have something to do with disabling the onboard video, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's sending all the video to the onboard. So we were, I think the thing is, the video was going to onboard, but it wouldn't have, the onboard video also doesn't show anything in that state because I think the game sees there's a VGA card, and I think it's trying to use VGA graphics, but obviously the onboard video is like, huh. So, yeah. Anyways, let me go with the 386. I think we'll have a bit better luck with it. So I'll be back in a moment. All right, so I have the 386 on the bench. It's the Emerson SX 386 Elite. I guess it's an Elite system. Honestly, it was probably their way of making a 386 SX 16 megahertz sound more appealing than it actually is. I guess if anyone's wondering what I've got in this computer, here's my network card, 10 base T. I have the XT IDE ROM in the network card. So it's just an Etherlink 3, and I had to use the software to configure the card. But I put the ROM at the correct base address, and I get XT IDE. There's my compact flash card on the onboard IDE. It's right there. This is a Sound Blaster Vibra 16. It's a plug-and-play card, but I got a Unisound, I think's the name of the program, that configures it. Yeah, it's probably a 286 machine with a 386 SX. That's probably exactly what it is. And then I got this, I bought an upgraded card for it. It is a Orchid Fahrenheit 1280 degrees plus. That's a nice little card, I guess. It's a 16-bit card. It's kind of fancy. So we'll pull that out for the moment. Hey, Jay. All right, we'll put our 8-bit VGA card in the computer. Since this is a 286 with a 386 SX processor, it's going to have to put up with the not as good video card. But this computer does not have onboard video, so there should not be any conflicts. So I'm actually expecting that we're going to have a color, we'll have a color screen. All right, and let me see, keyboard. Plug the keyboard in. Keyboard plugs into the back of this computer. This is the same keyboard that I use with the where's the keyboard connector? Yeah, I use the same keyboard for the two Emerson PCs. I don't know if that's because the XT uses my XT class, it's the 8000 EC. I don't know if it's because it actually uses an AT keyboard, even though it's an XT class computer, or what. But actually, I just noticed I have a screw in the computer. Ah. Lovely. All right, I need to just double check that. And a piece of packing peanut. And another piece of packing peanut. The packing peanut pieces probably would not hurt anything. The screws would, though. All right, let me give this computer a slight shake. Make sure I don't hear any other screws. All right, we're good. All right. So 3, 2, 1. All right, we'll go to the scaler. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, colors. If anyone's wondering why I'm not bypassing the memory test, it's because it lies. You cannot bypass the memory test on a cold boot on this computer. I also have 8 megs of RAM in here. It'll let you bypass it on a warm boot, but not a cold boot. Almost done. Yeah, like booting a 9600 with a gig of RAM, yeah. And of course, HiMem has to check. All right. All right. See, and the RAM on the... Okay, now I've got 512 bytes of RAM in it, so I don't know why that... Ah, that's an interesting question, Garth. I might have to try that. Cold boot the PC, wait for it to get the RAM checked, then soft reboot will escape work. Yes, I may have to try that. That would be a whole lot faster. And interestingly enough, some of those display modes that it was having trouble with actually work, which I think was the onboard video. Okay, it doesn't see the upper memory without a Trident driver. Okay, which explains the card's ROM knows it's there, so it shows you have it in the banner. But yeah, that makes sense. Also, I think you can see these video modes are actually showing up on the scaler now. I think that's because the onboard video was conflicting with it. So yeah, it was. I had a similar problem with the other 8-bit VGA card. Yep, everything looks good so far. Yeah. Just too bad the Emerson 8000 EC just, you can't disable the onboard video. Now, granted, there is something I might do someday. I do have another XT class motherboard. It does not have, or at least I don't think it has onboard video. May have to try it. Yeah, this looks... I think I hit a key by mistake. I don't think it liked me hitting the slash key. There we go. Still looks good. Garth, I don't know that changing the BIOS would actually disable the onboard video on that computer. I think the problem is, because I don't think the BIOS can enable it. I think the problem is that There is no hardware way to disable it. Funny thing is, there's actually a switch on it on the computer that I thought was go between monochrome and CGA, but interestingly enough, that also doesn't seem to work. Or the monochrome mode it switches to is not Hercules. That could be possible. Yeah, no. That 8000 EC, it's CGA. But the video chip it uses supports Plantronics Color Plus, which is basically oh, there we go. I think that's the VGA color palette, which looks good. Yeah, Plantronics Color Plus is basically the 16 colors on the TTL output, which normally with CGA you'd only get 4 colors on the TTL output. I think it should be about done with video tests. I think we're getting near the end of the palettes. Oh, yeah, because this is color purity test. Not surprisingly, my scaler has excellent color purity. There we go. So that worked. What? I don't have Planet X3 on here. What was I thinking? I don't have Planet X3 on here. Yeah, now a game. Wait a minute, I thought I had Windows. Oh, I don't have Windows on here either. Okay, I guess I need to go upstairs and... Wait a minute, no, I don't need to go upstairs and get my GoTech. There we go, I got my GoTech. All right. Well, Garth, we will soon see if your suggestion outsmarts the RAM check. All right, so let me, oh. All right, hold on. I gotta get the adapter doodle here. There we go. So I'm not taking the floppy drive apart. Let me see here. And I may need to go find another adapter. Nope. Hold on, I thought there was a... Oh, hold on. All right, we'll just do this. All right. Okay, so the GoTech is going to be mounted in a really weird position, but anyway, I don't know why they did it. It's probably because they had 40 bazillion extra old floppy cables when they made this computer. Because the 3.5-inch drive A is on a it's mounted on a well, actually, the 3.5-inch drive A is a 5 1/4 inch 3.5-inch floppy drive. It's like its bezel is the adapter, which I'm thinking they just had a I'm trying to see I thought there was a the one Berg power connector I am using for the compact flash card. So let me unscrew this here real quick. I suspect they did it this way. It was probably cheaper to buy the floppy drive they used that was in the adapter than to change case styles. All right, there we go. Now the cable will reach. Oh yeah, our soldering station's going. All right, let's try this. All right, and while that, oh. Well, Garth, if you happen to watch the replay, no, it actually disables keyboard input while it's doing the RAM check, so you can't do a warm boot. Yeah, it's a confused cable. While we're waiting for that to run, I need to copy the Planet X3 onto this USB drive. Which means I have to see if I can find a place to plug it in. All right. Let me just make sure at least I have Planet X3 on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, CMOS, memory size. Oh, weird. That's weird. Trying to interrupt it made it. It doesn't see some of the memory now. Interesting. You know, I think I've seen it do that when I tried to stop the RAM test. It'll like stop seeing memory. Weird. Okay. All right, let me plug my USB thumb drive in. The only free ports I have are on the back of the system, of course. Oh, well, I have one free USB port. And I can't get the thumb drive into it. All right, hold on. Let me see if there's something I've got plugged in that I can unplug. Like, oh, that's my webcam. I can unplug this. Here we go. There we go. I had a USB peripheral that I'm not using. Yeah, that is a strange memory step. That's why I think the if you try to interrupt the memory test, it like stops the memory test in the middle of somewhere. All right. Yeah, I think I remembered that I had on this 386. I had started to. I think I have it set up on the hard drive that's in the computer. But then I set up XDIDE, and then I just did a install. I think I install a DOS and check it, and then I set the computer to the side. Probably because I had something else to do. Oh, and actually, I just realized this may not actually. This may not work. Yeah, I forgot one other thing. I got to change the jumpers. The last thing I had the GoTech on was an Amiga, so I got to change the jumpers here real quick. S1, okay. Oh, and jumper JC. There we go. That should work. Yeah, I'll let it run, and it'll probably count up to 8 megabytes. And then, of course, it'll warn me because the memory size will mismatch because it mismatched last time, and then it'll be good to go. I can't say that the BIOS in this computer is the most robust in the world. Yeah, don't rush the RAM test, exactly. It's already past the point where it stopped last time. All right, Trina, I am using OBS Studio, and today I am giving a try of a service called what's it called? Okay, I forgot what it's called. Where's my phone? They sent me an email. Oh, that's right. It's open in a different browser window. Polystreamer. So I actually am streaming to Twitch and YouTube, even though I hardly get anyone watching on Twitch. But Polystreamer, I'm on their 7-day free trial. I signed up earlier today. They're like $6.95 per month plus bandwidth. And so far, if I wasn't in their free trial, I would have spent $1.22 streaming today. And that's for the 47 cents an hour is the bandwidth charge for the settings I have set. So far, it seems to be working. I was using StreamYard, but I had some audio quality. The audio bitrate they let you use is kind of low. All right. Although the thing is, Polystreamer, I can't have guests, so it's not like the total solution. There we go. All right, so let's just wait for this to copy. And then I will be able to demonstrate that I have working VGA. It's also good that Planet X3 doesn't require a mouse. In fact, I'm not even sure it works with a mouse. Yeah, I guess I'm going to send an email to StreamYard with my concerns about their audio bitrate. They'll probably come back and say, well, that's what YouTube says to use, but YouTube's recommendation is ridiculous. My intro music, if I uploaded it to StreamYard and it sounds garbled at the beginning because the bitrate they let you use for videos. And it was the audio bitrate. So I think YouTube recommends 128 kilobits per second for your audio. I think I'm actually right now using 320 kilobits a second because YouTube can ingest it. I don't know why they recommend such a low audio bitrate. It's not like the extra few bits is going to... If anything, I'm probably actually streaming. The video bitrate is probably a bit high. I should probably back it down next time I stream. I don't think I need 11 megabits a second. And sometimes I don't think my internet can really... I don't think you can really do it sometimes. All right, so I'm using PC speakers so you can actually hear audio. All right, and I really don't know how you play this game, so... let's see, it'd probably help if I... Yeah, the video does look good. I think I want a... Maybe I want to build a... There we go. Yeah. So, the video does look good. That's... I wonder if I set the auto adjust button on my scaler now, if it'll... Since I got full screen video. There we go. Now I bet the text won't be cut off in DOS. All right. Oh, yeah. I don't think this game supports mice. Please do not press this button again. Oh, okay, it is cut off. Oh, well. Okay, so my scaler likes to cut off the text in DOS. I give up on trying to fix that. But yeah, so that is the ISA Super VGA that Thomas sent me the board and populated a bunch of stuff on it. I had to get the Trident chip. Those are like 23 or 24 bucks. And I added the extra 256K of RAM. But yeah, so I built it. It works. It doesn't work in the Emerson 8000 EC, but it doesn't seem to like any third-party VGA card that I've tried so far, probably because its onboard video can't be disabled. Trident, that's DOS 622. And it's just MS-DOS 622. So, and then that's David Murray's Planet X3. It's one of my go-to testing games. It supports plenty of different video modes. So yeah, that was actually in VGA mode. So that's why it looked so nice. Hi, 1-Bit Fever Dreams, welcome. So I'm definitely using a few more than 1 bits right now. DOS rules, yes. DOS is, yeah. I think you missed my. I am playing with a few more than 1 bit though right now. Yeah, it's more like 8 bits, but yeah. Next, Jay wants me to go on the next project. I guess I could go. Let me see here. Yes. Planet X3, it's a great so yeah, that is Planet X3. Next, Jay's voting for another project. You know, I do have a project to work on, but build a WC. I don't have the parts for that. I do. Let me see here. What do I have? Trying to think. I have some boxes upstairs that I need to. Let's see. I got something to unbox. I don't want to unbox that. Trying to think. Because I also don't want to stream too late. I do want to call my dad for Father's Day. So I guess happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. But I might be persuaded to go grab something else to take a look at. Let me just kind of clear the workbench, because I don't need a 386 sitting on the workbench for the item I'm going to go upstairs and grab. But I think probably what I want to do is, well, let me put my computer back the way it came from here. It is the floppy drive that came with this computer is kind of annoying. You might get a better picture. I zoom in. Anyways, there is. That's kind of hard to see, but because I don't think you can actually see the. Actually, I think I can. So there's the if you see the or the Berg connector on the floppy drive right here. But the floppy drive uses the flat edge ribbon cable because it's got this bracket on it. This basically for a 5 1/4 inch, 3.5 inch floppy drive, because the bezel is part of the adapter. Quite honestly, I suspect they wanted to reuse a case design that they already had, and instead of putting a 3.5 inch floppy opening on it, well, got a floppy that's just permanently integrated into its adapter. So the only reason I put up with this floppy drive is because it's yellowed the same as the rest of the case. If I replace the floppy drive or get an adapter bay, if I get an adapter bay to put a Gotek in there permanently, well, it's not going to match the yellowing of the rest of the case. So I put up with it, even though it's really annoying. All right, well, this 8-bit VGA card is going to go in the ultrasonic cleaner because it has sample 88 all over it. I'm going to put my good VGA card back in here. What's my top 3 DOS games? Oh, you're putting me on the spot. Probably it'd be Commander Keen. I remember the original Need for Speed game. That one's pretty cool. I mean, the original, not some of those remakes. And actually, Planet X3 is pretty fun, although that's maybe a new game. Dune. I guess it's going to be Dune 2, I believe it is. The one by Westwood Studios. That one's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe it was a bit more than 3 games. All right. I guess I got my 386 back together for next time that I install software on it or do something. So I'm going to go upstairs. I've got a box that came. Oh, now okay. I've just realized why my microscope camera was so shaky. It's plugged into something else. The Raspberry Pi that's acting as the webcam, I've got a different camera module plugged into it right now that is not mounted to anything. So that explains why that was so shaky when I just lightly bumped my table while setting things up. All right. Yeah, I got a box upstairs. It came in the mail Friday. I haven't opened it up. Actually, 1-Bit Fever Dreams, now that you say that, I think it is Dune 1. Published by Virgin. Yeah, maybe it is Dune 1, not Dune 2. I don't know. I would recognize it if I saw the game very beginning of the game title sequence. So let me go upstairs. Let me go grab a box. I'm going to go take this 386 back upstairs because it seems to live upstairs and not down here. I'll be right back. I've got a box. I'm going to open it. We're going to take a look at what's inside. Just a few minutes from now. Oh, look, I have a box. Whoever could the box be from, you're probably wondering. Well, came from one of those places where all of my bad ideas start at, probably. That would be eBay. So this box could be full of disappointment. In fact, there's probably a high likelihood that I will be somewhat disappointed. You're probably wondering what in the world could be in the box. Well, I guarantee you it's more than just bubble wrap. Could be bricks and bubble wrap. Any guesses now? Of course, those of you are probably now trying to count the number of pins on those connectors. All right, well, there are 5 of them. All right, so far so good. There are 5 of them. And you're just kind of wondering, yeah, yep, that one's got a sticker on it. Yes, and Thomas is probably correct. These are what I believe to be Amiga floppy drives. There are 5 of them. They were sold as is. They were sold not tested. I am going to see if I can, I bet I don't have my scissors down here. Let me see if I can find something a little safer to open these with than the scalpel. All right, so I'm going to inspect these, and then I might actually test them if I'm brave. All right, so far on this first one here, there is some rust on the screws in the DB9 housing. On the nut. On one side, the screw's missing. Yeah, I'm going to have to find some screws to repair that. At least the connector is still attached and seems to be in good shape. Yes, 1-bit fever dreams. You can daisy chain. You can have, I believe, up to 3 external drives on the Amiga. So 1 internal and 3 external. Although I have to admit, I don't know that I'm going to. I kind of thought about potentially repairing and reselling some of these to kind of help pay for my expensive hobby. So unfortunately, there is some rust on these. The feet are probably, ooh. Okay, the foot is not gooey, but I can see where it has slid. The bottom of it might be gooey. At least the connector on the back looks good. It's probably, so these are, okay, so this one was made 3/1/1991. So I'm going to take them out of the bubble wrap, and then and I might actually start opening them up and taking a look at them. It says made by Air Products, which seems to be the case for a lot of accessories back in that day, where seemingly everyone was getting into computers. After all, Tandy was a leather company before they made computers. Well, I'm hoping these are not Atari. Well, I don't think these are Atari floppy drives, because Atari wouldn't have a DB23 connector. I'm pretty sure these are DB23s. Yeah, these are 23 pins. All right, so this one here, the feet are kind of... Oh, this one's an older one. Manufactured 10/28, 1998, or 1988. This is a taller floppy drive. It's got some surface rust. But I guess the cable is still attached and looks decent. At least the gold contacts are still gold, so. Here we go. Yeah, Atari uses the round 14-pin connector. That's what I was thinking. So yeah, these should be Amiga drives. I guess a lot of companies that made Amiga accessories made Atari accessories too, so. All right, this one's a little different. This one says on the bottom, Phoenix Electronics. Doesn't have a date on it. Model PFD 135, serial number 2372. Kind of got a textured paint to it. Yep, I'll get some new feet. I'll have fun peeling the old feet off. All right, this cable is, just an older style cable. It's actually black with a beige door. Interesting. Doesn't have a toggle switch on it. Oh, actually, the second one I opened didn't have a toggle switch either. All right, and this one, someone's customized. Yeah, I might see if I can actually find some paint that matches the color, because these are all kind of, the paint is kind of boogered up, and the rust is, there's some rust on them. All right, so this one is, this one kind of looks one of those air product ones, and the labels come off of it. It's got more rust on it. The paint's chipped. It's got some sticker on it that will come off. And all right. And then last but not least, I think this is another one of those air product ones. And this was July 26th, 1989. So rather interesting assortment. Actually, Thomas, that's actually what I was kind of probably going to do for one of these, was put a Gotek in one for me. I got the idea because I was searching for Amiga stuff online, which is dangerous to do. And I found a seller in the UK that sells, yeah, they basically sell well, I think they test them, but they sell a floppy drive in an external case, much like this one, and they charge 120 pounds. Of course, it's tested and working, but I got the idea, well, wait. I found these, they're 5 untested, which quite honestly, they might really be untested because they're Amiga drives, and I don't think, the seller didn't look like they were a seller of Amiga stuff. I suspect they found these in a storage locker or something. It probably came from the same Amiga or Amiga owner. Because kind of looking at the dates on some of these that had dates, they look like they are kind of the progression of buying more drives. Maybe they didn't have to swap floppies as often while playing Sierra games. Who knows? Or maybe some of them failed and they just bought new drives. Yeah, I know. 120 pounds is a lot. And in fact, I don't even think they repainted the cases. I think they were just selling ones that maybe the case was, because the description mentions something about the original patina. Well, these cases, if I do refurb 1 or 2 of them to sell, I am going to repaint them because this is rust. That's rust, and I'm going to find it. I'll repaint them. But yeah, I do want to put my Gotek in one of these because now that I have a floppy drive, that Garth sent me a floppy drive that works. So I'm going to put that floppy drive in my Amiga so that it looks original. So I'm going to probably put my Gotek in one of these external cases. I might get one of those boards you can get that will swap the floppy designators so that the external one is actually the boot drive, but we'll see. Oh, I meant to grab some bags while I was upstairs so I could put the screws for each of these together. I've got tape. I'll just tape the screws onto these. All right, so I'm just going to kind of go through and inspect these internally, make sure there's nothing that I see that might damage the Amiga if I plug them into the Amiga. So this one is the one that was manufactured July 26, 1989, Air Products. Warranty void if removed. I have just voided my warranty. Ooh, lovely. All right, and on the inside, where they didn't paint the case, there's rust. Well, I guess that's not too bad. Oh, the floppy drive. All right, okay, so the floppy drive is just held in with the screws that hold the bottom of the case on. Lovely. That'll be fun to line up. So this is a Toshiba ND352 THA drive, made in Japan. The floppy drive that's kind of a little dirty. But I don't, guess let me zoom in a little. The floppy mechanism looks fine. The PCB, it looks fine. It's a little, oh, I think what I'm seeing is the original flux. That is like the cheapest of PCBs ever. That'll be fun to potentially fix. Okay, it does look like the two chips that are on the PCB, at least one of them is a, they're both, let's see, one of them's a 74 LS 38N, and the other one is a 74 LS 74AN. Okay, the standard jelly bean logic. Floppy drive looks okay. I suspect the heads are going to need lubricated and probably cleaned. But the mechanism is probably fine. Yep, this is probably a good drive. Yeah, see if I can make a warranty claim now, yeah. I think I did find Air Products' website. I think they make filters. Go figure. So they may still be in business, but I think they went back to their original product line of Air Products. Or at least it looked like it might be the same company. So yeah, I suspect if I called them up, they if they were good sports about it, they'd probably give it a good laugh. Or they might deny just being the same company. All right, so yeah, that's probably that's possibly a good one. All right, so drive number 2 is the one with the sticker on the top. If there was a label on the bottom, it has long since removed itself or been removed. I don't, granted the stickers. Oh yeah, I guess if anyone's wondering, so if you remember, I had have a SCSI sidecar for the Amiga 1000, And I did break down and buy a grease weasel because, well, I needed to image the discs. I've got a video on the way about the floppy drive Garth sent, and I tried looking at those discs. But anyways, I don't know what's wrong with the discs. VHS, if you might go. I don't know if you have any ideas. I know you're an Amiga person. I put a thread on Tinker Different. And in fact, I've got there's a zip file attached to my thread with the 2 disk images because there's something wrong, and I don't know what's wrong. They are Amiga disks. That I can say for sure, but I don't know what's wrong with the disks, and I don't know if they have an Amiga program on them or what. But it certainly doesn't seem to be the software I was expecting. You mount the disk, you put the disk in the drive, and you double-click on the disk, and you get a blank window. But yet, I did see that there is some sort of executable on the disk. Anyways, so this is a Chinon FZ354 made in Japan. Fortunately, it's got a cover on the drive, so I can't really see inside of it, but I don't see any signs of rust on the floppy drive. And it actually feels like a solid mechanism. There's not as much rust under here. The circuit board looks fine. It's really as little as there is on the circuit board. I don't think there's too much risk of actually trying them. Although it looks like there's a little piece of plastic or something in this connector. Oh, it's a piece of the bubble wrap. All right, got that. Xenon, okay. Oh, so these drives aren't not as reliable, I suspect. Xenon, okay. I will try to remember that pronunciation, and we'll probably forget. It's at least not as rusty in the case. It's kind of a little rustier outside. All right. Great start of your own Floppytron. All right, I'm getting the idea this one that one might be a candidate for my Gotek. Yeah, the Toshiba drive, yeah, that definitely is I definitely know Toshiba makes good drives. All right, so this is the Phoenix Electronics. This one's actually probably the oldest of the floppy drives. Yeah. And as far as my SCSI sidecar goes, I just probably am going to have to hope someone archives the disks because I suspect well, I don't know if the disk I have, even if the software, I mean, I did use a hex editor to see that there is some non-zero data on the disk. There is something that looks like it might be an executable of some sort, but yeah, I can't. Well, VHS, I will let you know if of what I might have, because This screw is... This is not a really good screw. Well, all right. Yeah, that screw won't come out. Let me see. All right. Let's try the motivator. See if applying upward pressure on the screw will... Yeah, it's just turning. I don't know what it... All right, so this floppy drive I may not be able to inspect. I can't get that screw out. I don't know if it's... I mean, looking at the other 3 screws I removed, they are just horribly cheap screws. Oh, let's see here. I think I'm just going to try to go to... snapping the end of the screw off because it's... Side cutters, yeah. Oh, not those ones. Let me see. I think I got the screw out far enough that I probably can do that now. Let's see, I think... There we go. Oh, those side cutters may not have... There we go. Oh, yeah, there's like no threads on it. If anyone was wondering, so there's the one that I just pulled out. The threads are gone. There's one for reference, and you can see that they hardly had any thread to them to begin with. All right, so obviously that one I will have to get some new screws. Oh, Rudy, that's fine. Yeah, I got the video card working, and I'm just inspecting some Amiga floppy drives I bought off eBay. I mean, this case is pretty good. This one might be because of this texture. I mean, it has a little bit of rust. It's like and it might just be on the surface. This one I probably wouldn't repaint if I can get it working. I'd probably just clean it up. And unfortunately, this one, the floppy drive's taller, so I can't put a Gotek in it. But obviously, it looks like I just discovered I will have my work cut out on this one, because this one, oh, lovely, yes. I will have my work cut out. I may have to replace some of the wires, because this is a Xenon floppy drive. There's the power connectors that come from the Amiga, and they just soldered the wires onto the floppy drive, and one of them has come loose. So this one needs work before I can even plug it in to test it. So it's got, yeah. Oh yeah, because there's this green wire has come loose off the other end. There's that wire. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out where the green wire goes. I know where the white wire goes onto the floppy drive. I can see the solder that it was, where it was soldered. I don't know where the green one goes. I'm gonna have to hope that maybe I can find on this connector a pin that's soldered with nothing on it. This is definitely an older one. I can, yeah, I may, the best bet on this might be to, yeah, this was, yeah, really cheap done. Probably this one I'll probably repair it by doing this a little more appropriately. I'll get a Berg power cable and cut it off and just try to clean the solder off the power connector and use a actual Berg power connector, assuming that actually is for a Berg. Yeah, this one, yeah, that one's gonna need some work. So I'm gonna set this one to the side, because I can't even, yeah, I can't, it is not testable in its current condition. I gotta repair the wiring before I can even try to test it. But yeah, I'll repair that one by actually replacing the, I'll use an actual proper power connector. That one though, I hope I can repair, because it's one of the two where the floppy drive is taller. So I can't just put a standard floppy drive in it to fix it. Yeah, so these two taller ones, I'm actually hoping that I could actually get them working. Now this one's got a little rust on the case. This one I'd probably repaint the case, because it doesn't have, it's just a smooth metal, so I wouldn't be losing that texture. But yeah, that one that I just disassembled, it's got a, I mean, it's not the greatest looking texture, but it is, I mean, it is a texture they put on metal cases in the mid-'80s. I think it's an orange peel type texture. It doesn't look the great, but it is the original finish. So luckily there's no rust on the case, so, or minimal rust. So that one I'll probably not repaint to keep the original character. Some of these other ones I'll probably repaint them because they're rusty, and I think I'd rather have a repainted case the right color but no rust than something that's just going to keep rusting. So if anyone has any suggestions of cans of spray paint you could go buy at the store that are close to Commodore or Amiga colors, I'd be interested to hear. So anyways, okay, now this one I see that the back screws are longer than the front screws. All right, this one was made Air Products 10/28/1988. Oh, well, it looks like the warranty sticker had come detached anyways. Well, I just voided the warranty on this one too. Oh. Let me see if I can't get the, oh. Trying to get the case off. Okay. Oh, good. It's got a long floppy cable. I think. Ah, it's a Xenon unit. The wiring's at least in better condition. Oh, well, the connector came off the floppy drive, but at least it uses a connector. All right, I'm going to have to unplug the floppy cable. There we go. Ooh, got some rust on the inside. So it's a Xenon FP354. Huh, it says JVC on it. All right, well, okay, this one I might actually... Oh, I bet I could have slid the top off the backwards. That's probably how it went on. Okay, so the chips look fine. The wiring is intact. I don't think I'll short anything to try it. So, okay, I can probably test this one. Just got to plug the power connector back in. Wow, the amount of friction on that power connector, I think I see why I was able to... There's not a lot of friction on it. It's not a great power connector. I mean, it looks like it might have a reasonable chance of working. All right. Oh, let me set these screws over by the drive. And last but not least, this is what I believe is the newest of the drives, because this one was made in '91 by Air Products. So maybe this will be another Toshiba drive, because it actually kind of looks like that. Oh, well, that's... Well, I just found a piece of orange plastic from something on my desk. Looks like the... Oh, I think I see what it is. That... Oh, yeah, it's the plastic from the LED on that, the number 4 drive. The LED's plastic broke in half, so yay. All right, so drive number 5 is a, oh, Xenon FC354. Okay, at least the wiring looks like it's in good shape. I don't see any problems with the electronics. Does look like a couple capacitors in there. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably put some deoxide in the gold connectors. Yeah, another warranty voided. Well, I had to inspect these because I don't know what environment they were stored in. The rust tells me it was probably a storage unit of some sort. The near lack of bugs inside of them tells me it might have been a halfway decent storage unit, maybe, not just a shed or a barn or something. Or maybe these were stored in a basement. Oh, yeah. Comments about sheer lack of bugs and finds a little bug part under this drive. Yeah, of course. Well, so it looks like I got four before I could actually probably try to test. One that needs repairs first. I don't have parts to repair. Also, I'm going to have to figure out what floppy disk I'd be willing to sacrifice in the name of science. Let's see here. I think I've got an extras disk that's extra. Because I'll use my Gotek to boot the Amiga. So let's see here. Well, I hadn't really intended to set my Amiga up, but let's see if I can't make some room for it. Oh. Oh, okay. That's just the screw that I found in the 386. Chip puller. All right. Set those to the side. All right, so let me... Let me fix the Amiga's jumpers here, or the Gotek jumpers here real quick. So this... Oh. Okay, I need to use a better... Oh, actually, let me just do this. So for Amiga, I need to remove this jumper. And I need to move this jumper. So this jumper goes from J1 to J0. Or it might be S1 to S0. And this jumper is removed entirely. Or I'll set it off to the side. All right, so that is now back in the correct configuration for Amiga. And I think I've got enough free space on the workbench. Oh. I just realized I got part of this upstairs. Because I took the cable for the floppy drive to use in the grease weasel. I gotta go grab that cable real quick, so I will be right back. All right, so I've got the Amiga on the workbench, got the RGB to HDMI plugged in. I have a mouse somewhere. Oh, which mouse do I want to use? I probably ought to use my mouse. All right, I got a mouse and get the floppy drive cleaner out. And let's see, power up. All right, and I may have the, oh, that's the wrong input, I believe. There we go, that is the correct input. And that screen looks distorted, so let me fix the there we go. It looks less distorted. Let's try that. All right, well, so far the system is booting. And I have plugged one of the drives in. I don't know which one it is. It was the one that was conveniently sitting to the side. All right. Well, I don't hear the disk going ka-thunk, ka-thunk. Which may mean that the switch on the drive is turned to the wrong. Oh. Ugh. Okay, okay, so one of the Xenon units, whichever one I randomly picked first, is you put a disk in and it spins for about a second and then stops. All right, that is probably a sign the floppy mechanism needs service. Or lubricated or something, I don't know. But I wasn't hearing it going, making the clunking noises without a disk in the drive. So, all right, I would say that is one that needs service. All right, let me try this Toshiba drive. Is it? maybe I'll have better luck with it. And plus I can see more of the mechanism. If I could get the screw that I put in set in a bad spot, and there we go. All right. So this is going to be the Toshiba mechanism. For that Xenon drive, Rudy, I'd have to remove the cover from the drive to be able to see what it was doing. This Toshiba one, I can see the entire mechanism, so I can very easily tell you what it does. I also don't know what position that switch needs to be in. Of course, this one I can see probably needs a little lubricant. So I'm going to, while I wait for the Amiga to boot, try to remember what I did with my lithium grease. I probably, oh, there it is. All right. All right. Workbench. All right, so while we wait for this to, oh yeah, and that is very possible that the drives may need recapped. All right, so while we wait for the Amiga to boot, I am just going to put some, a little bit of fresh lithium grease on the upper motor. Which, you probably can't see that. The, yeah, the old grease is yucky looking. All right. All right, has a small amount of fresh lubricant, so if the drive does actually do anything. All right. Okay, the good news is this drive, the disk, the disk mechanism is very smooth. Nothing's happening with the drive at all. All right, it is plugged in. So it looks like this, let me see here. Well, there might be some. Yeah, I put the head cleaning disc in and it did nothing. Disc didn't spin at all. All right. Maybe the switch on this floppy was in the wrong position when I powered the Amiga up. I don't know. Unfortunately, my Amiga keyboard is disassembled. I couldn't warm reset. I may look and see if I can unplug the floppy mechanism. I may try putting the GoTech in the enclosure, although that means I then would need the Amiga floppy drive that's behind me, and I'll need to go grab the disks. Oh wait, I hear the external drive going kerthunk now. It must have been, the switch might, oh, I may need to check that first one. Maybe the switch was in the wrong position when I booted the Amiga. Oh yeah, I see the heads, the heads are moving. Okay. Yeah, I'll try the head cleaning now on this one. I bet it'll, that might be why that first drive it spun, but that might have just been because I put the disk in, not because it necessarily was recognized by the Amiga. Yeah, this external drive, let me try this now. Oh, there we go. It's spinning. It says the head cleaning disk. So I'm not expecting it to mount a good disk yet. All right, so let me let the heads dry, and then I'll actually try to put a disk in. Let me see here. I think I've got a disk that I don't mind about. Here we go. Kaleidoscope, free software from Electronic Arts. The disk what looks well used, but it's something I think that's probably archived already. Oh, there we go. Electronic Art. That doesn't look right. There's no files on that disk. Weird. Yeah, it needs some free AOL disks. I might just need to go get a blank floppy upstairs and... All right. Let's see if it mounts anything here. All right, yep, that is yes, indeed, that is a Kickstart disk I just put in. Oh. I should have known better. Kickstart disks, of course. All right, let's try a Workbench disk. I just want to see if I can see files on the disk. Try to format a disk. I'll have to go up and get a disk to format. Okay, well, that disk has a read-write error. You know, this floppy drive might need some work. To format a disk. Okay, let me see if I have. No, I think my 800K disks are upstairs. Let me see. You know, quite honestly, for a disk that's just a test, do I have any high density disks down here that I could? I mean, granted, I know long term that's a big no-no in an 800K drive, but just to see if it would format it when I don't know that the mechanism's working. No, I don't think I have any high density disks down here either. All right, let me go upstairs and go get a floppy disk I can try to format. Okay, I have some 800K disks. Let me insert one. Okay. I think I can safely say, yeah, the floppy drive, it doesn't sound right when it's moving. It doesn't seem like it's controlling the spindle speed very well. So I think the floppy drive is in need of repair. Maybe it just needs recapped. Because if it, try some Unreal Tournament. You can find me the version of Unreal Tournament for the Amiga. I'll try it. There is a little surface mount electrolytic cap hiding under there. Okay, I may need to replace that capacitor, although I don't see how that one capacitor could do that, but I guess it could. I mean, it's in a part of the board where it could very well be for the motor. There might be another capacitor or two on the top side of one of the boards that you can't see with the mechanism attached, so. All right, so this one with the Toshiba mechanism, it's partially working. So I suspect the circuit board is probably fine. It very well could be the floppy drive. So that one might be a. All right. I'm going to put this Xenon back in. And try it again, but flipping the switch on it before I boot the Amiga, and hopefully it'll be detected. We'll see what it does. It may still do the same thing. We'll give it a try. And yep, we'll give the 4 that don't need work a try, and then that'll close the stream out for the day. So let's see what this one does. There we go. The Xenon's clicking this time, so the switch was probably in the wrong position, and the Amiga didn't detect it on power up. All right. We'll try the head cleaning disk as soon as Workbench finishes loading. All right, well, I'll talk to you later, Rudy. And yes, don't forget tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, whatever that is in other time zones, Retro Repair Roundup with a guest. I don't know who the guest is, but I'm sure it'll be good. Retro Repair Roundup's always good, so be there or be square. And if one of the mods could put the link to the Retro Repair Roundup in the chat, that'd be great. And people will know where to go. Okay, so the Xenon drive, it just put the cleaning disk in. Let's see here. Put the the floppy disk in that I tried to format. Well, of course, this might just be a bad disk. It might explain why it wasn't in a floppy disk box. Oh, there we go. Ugh. Bad sector. Try a different disk. Oh, well, yeah, all right. Okay. I think that is a bad disk. Yeah, maybe these 2 disks I grabbed are ones I tried to format in another computer and they didn't format, and I wasn't sure if it was the drive or the disk. I may have to go upstairs and grab another disk. I might explain why they were loose in the bottom of my floppy disk box and not in the original box, which is somewhere upstairs. Okay, this one's doing better. Hmm. All right. Oh, I just realized. I'll bump my camera and not realize it, and then the world looks crooked. Ah, there we go. I think it actually initialized. There we go. It's got a trash can in it. Look at that. How spiffy. All right, so this drive mechanism might actually be working. Let me actually see if I can't read that kaleidoscope disc that I'd tried to read. No, interesting. Yeah, those discs that I have that I couldn't get to read, this is exactly what they looked like. Nothing in the window. And I know these are Amiga discs. Yeah, because this disc I'm trying to load, I see on the back, copyright 1985, Commodore Amiga Inc., all rights reserved. So yes, this is an Amiga disc. I don't know if there's like an older format, disc format that isn't compatible with Kickstart 1.3. That just seems really weird. Or maybe whatever happened to my SCSI sidecar discs happened to that disc too. Maybe the file allocation table's corrupt, or whatever Amiga calls it. It's going to basically be the same thing. All right. That mystery will just have to wait. All right, let's try this one here. This is, well, another one of the Xenon units. All right. Yes, let me see if I can find a. All right. See if I can find a marker or something. So I can at least mark the units with a little note. Of course, my pens always run away. Although in reality, it's probably not that they ran away. It's just probably they're under something at this point. Oh, well. I'll just use the green tape will mean that I actually got it to format, and no tape will mean that I didn't get it to work. There we go. That's my marking system. I'll go upstairs later and get a pen and actually write things down. Okay, so this Xenon unit that I've got plugged in now, I'm not hearing it go ka-thunk, ka-thunk, which probably means it's the switch is in the wrong position. You know, I think these drives without a switch are the smartest ones because, all right, so the switch is in the wrong position. There we go. Again, I think if I'd had the keyboard, then I could have probably just warm reset it because I suspect it's looking for it at boot. And if it's not there, it doesn't seem to want to load it. But yeah, I gotta finish cleaning the keyboard. It's in parts in 3 different locations. I mean, here's part of the Amiga keyboard right here. That's the plastic parts. The key mechanism is sitting over on the table beside me. It's been through the ultrasonic cleaner, and none of the keys are sticky. And then the keycaps are in, the keycaps are in this bin, and I need to wash them. I also need to go figure out, because I was watching the 8-Bit Guy's video on his Amiga 1000 restoration, and he got some sort of a cable to replace his keyboard cable, because this one's just looks bad and it's dirty and it's all twisted and not as flexible as it used to be. I want to see if maybe he by chance linked what cable he bought in his video, and if he didn't, I'm going to see if I can't ask him if he remembers what he bought and might share a link. Because he found whatever cable he bought looks like it came off Amazon. It looked like it was a good color match, so hopefully he might not mind sharing the link for that product, assuming it's still available on Amazon. It looks like it's just a telephone handset cable. Which it very well could be. I think Apple's the only one that went all proprietary with their keyboard cable to probably ensure people bought replacement cables from them. Because yes, I do know you cannot use a telephone handset cable on a Mac Plus or 512 or 128 keyboard. Apple changed the pinout. You will have a sad day if you try the telephone handset cable. I get the distinct impression that the Amiga has no such restriction, and I bet its cable is probably compatible with the telephone handset cable, so I may not have to do anything weird to get a replacement cable. Just get one that's a good color match. All right, let me let the heads dry for a moment. All right. Initialize. So I know this disk is good. It formatted in the other drive, so let's see. This is actually good. I've got seemingly at least 2 floppy mechanisms that seem to be working. So I probably just need to give them a good cleaning and lubrication internally. The cases need repainted. And I got the Toshiba mechanism that needs more work. It sounds like it's not moving at the correct speed. Maybe it needs recapped, or they probably all do. But maybe it needs recapped and the cap is actually in the motor speed control, or maybe its speed control's busted. I certainly like the inject of that Toshiba mechanism. It's much more satisfying. It actually kind of goes clunk. These Shinon units, it's kind of mushier. So maybe, hopefully I can get the Toshiba floppy drive working. But looks like this floppy drive here also works. I guess it'll get the green tape mark seal of approval, because it at least formatted a disk. Yeah, all right, so it formatted a disk, yay. That's at least 2 that work. And 1 that doesn't work. Now, these taller units, I mean, maybe I can still use them for a GoTech. I just might have to have something 3D printed. All right, this drive doesn't have a switch, so hopefully the drive will just be detected because there's no switch. Switch of dubious necessity. All right, this is the tall Shinon, the tall beige Shinon unit that has the plastic on the LED broken. So even if the floppy drive works, it'll be hard to see the LED because the little, when I go to full screen cam, I'll show you the little piece that broke off. Maybe it might be possible to 3D print an adapter and put a GoTech in the tall case. Or maybe the tall one, if the tall one works, I'll keep it as an external floppy just because the LED's broken. And I doubt I'd find a LED that would take the place. It's kind of a weird shape. I would say pull the LED off of another drive, but well, actually the tall black Shinon unit might have the same LED, so we'll see. I guess if one of these 2 tall Shinons doesn't work, I might steal the LED off of it. So we'll see. Oh no, that's not a bad idea at all. I just thought of using instead of a beige GoTech, if I have to 3D print an adapter for these tall cases, get a black GoTech and use black PLA to print the adapter, because then it won't be as obvious if the 2 plastics don't match. It'll probably look fun. That might not be a bad idea at all. There we go. Well, this drive is, yeah, I can't see the LED. Oh, okay, I can see it. So the LED is working, but where the plastic lens broke off of it, it makes it hard to see. Yeah, and the eject mechanism on this drive is really, it probably needs lubricated, something fierce. Okay, but it is spinning. I did put the head cleaner in it, so let me give it a moment for the heads to dry while I figure out what I did with my oh, I left the floppy disk in this other drive. Okay. Actually, this will probably be a good stream stopping point after I test this drive. All right, so I'll try the format test. Ooh, that sounds awful. Disk is unreadable. Disk structure corrupt. Use Disk Doctor to correct it. Oh, there is a Disk Doctor. Probably requires a keyboard. All right, I'll try again. Maybe the heads were still wet from cleaner, or maybe this drive is just, ew. Okay, no, this drive is, okay. This drive probably needs cleaned and lubricated. Because it's making really awful grinding noises when you put a disk in. So, all right. So I guess I have 2 drives that the mechanism works, but they probably need cleaned and lubricated, but they did format a disk. I've got this one mechanism here that I just tested. The LED lens broke off. Oh, there's the little amber piece. I know it's small, but yeah, that'd be the part that fits through the slot in the front of the case that shows you the LED, because it's the flat part. And yeah, it looks like the plastic just kind of snapped off, probably from stress. Because yeah, I know it's hard to see, but I can see where it just kind of snapped off. I doubt I'd be able to re-glue it. But the drive is making grinding noises. It's not reading disks, so it's at least going to need further intensive work. And then the Toshiba mechanism is, it's not spinning at the right speed, so more work is necessary there. And then the 5th drive has loose wires, so I can't even test it because I gotta fix that. So anyways, so that's the Amiga drives I bought. I'm hoping to get one for my GoTech so I can have an external GoTech on the Amiga. Maybe a second one if I can get it to have an external floppy drive, so for games that need disk switching. And then maybe if I can get a couple others working, I may sell those to help fund my hobby. So we'll see. I guess we'll see about that, see how well that goes. It's my experiment. So anyways, if you like this video, please smash that like button. And otherwise, I am going to call the stream to a close here, because I do want to make sure I get a chance to call my dad tonight for Father's Day. Again, happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining me. And hopefully this time I am going to get the closing video correct. So with that, I'd like to wish everyone a great evening, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.